Okay, fixed. Jesus, sorry about that. How's it going? Welcome in. Does that every time for no reason. Okay. Mouse is shedding. So excited too. Okay. Great. Touch sensitivity's up. Everything's going wrong today. My Toon Boom, what the hell? Shit's falling apart. This is why no one watches. Oh, rump. Sneeze. Didn't work. I tried to will it into existence. Didn't happen. This always takes forever to load. Promise I clicked on something, it is loading currently. There we go. Hopefully that fixed it. But it is entirely possible that it didn't. There we go. Now we got some pressure sensitivity. Okay. Let's do in-betweens. I want to do the full rotation, not the in-betweens. Impact frames, not in-betweens. Okay, so I need a good keyframe for in between this and this. Do I travel up his arm and full rotate? I could either do like a full screen tear. That might not be bad. Or I could do full rotation. I don't know. It's effort. Maybe I do just do like a. Actually, this is all. Lost my freaking pen pressure again. Man. Time of the day. Time of the D. Right hand is on top. Hello, I came in to support. How are you, Colin? I'm good. How are you? What is up? We are working on some impact frames. I was given the suggestion to do an in-between segment to really carry the eye from here to here, because for the sake of staging, I crossed the line from going here to here. I say I crossed the line. The creator crossed the line in writing the manga. Hello! What's up? I am fine too. I'm gonna practice some art and then sleep after a long day in college. College had some long days for sure. I'm thinking maybe I do like a struggle right here, where he's like pulling through, now that I'm on this angle. Go really crazy with it. I always lose track of my hands. I need to over my shoulder. Thumbs are in. And my exposure on these. Yeah, move that too. What happened? Please need to move back. Check and see where this moves. Suppose that has some wiggle room. That does not, though. Move everything back one. Okay. That ought to do it. Just gotta fix it. That's why my brush got so small. Now I know. Because my camera moved out and then my brush looked tiny. But it was just drawing what was on the screen. I'm so silly. Alright, I do need to shrink these down. I don't want to play through and see if it actually looks alright. Would it just be easier to make the camera move small? It would probably just be easier to duplicate the camera size just for these bits. If we're being quite honest. I can just move these over. There we go. How are we doing out there? This one. Damn it. These are fucked up. It doesn't matter. These are abstract. I can just make them bigger. Problem solved. I'm gonna swap these. Oop. Do this, do this, do this, do this. I might need to study, because I'm thinking of a very specific instance where I've seen this in anime where they do the close up to the eye, and then they like dither between two different ones as they're like pushing through an unstoppable force. Or they are the unstoppable force, pushing through an immovable object, you know? And it's this clash. Let's see how that looks, though. Up here. Start it here. It starts to swing. And then I can just do some... I don't know if I need this one. Actually, I will use it. I'm just gonna make it lighter. Something like that. Drink your water. One sec. I'll play through this. Sorry, I'm inducting new members. We are Legion. A spider? No. Loop this. And let's play it. Seizure warning. There are flashing lights. Be aware. Ooh, that does help. Damn, that does look pretty solid. Okay, okay. Once I spruce that up, once I clean up those lines and add some, like, you know, hatching for the backgrounds. Honestly, maybe I just do these in black and white, and I just make the lines white and the background black. That could be fucking sick. I also like the speed of it, too. I don't think I need the dither. I don't want the dither. Yeah. I mean, this part's nearly perfect. For what I'm going for. Not like, as a piece, you know? that does tie it together really well. Alright, let me zoom in on this so you can get it full screen. Ish. Alright. Letting it rip. Seizure warning. Flashing lights. Is it too fast? For anyone watching, I don't even know if anybody's here. I know I see some people in the chat. I see I have 4 viewers. I see everything. I just don't know if they're bots. Because that happens sometimes where everybody's just a bot. And it's fine. I don't mind the views. But sometimes I'm just not saying anything interesting enough to prompt anybody to chat. And that's fine. Sometimes I'm just making art for me. Also, if anybody's been here when I was talking about how I wanted this to get an anime, they released a snippet, a commercial, if you will, for the next chapter for this. And it looked pretty good. It was very nice. It's not an announcement for the manga, or no, it's not an announcement for the anime. They're not doing an anime yet. But I do hope that with all of the it got a lot of hype behind it. It's a good series. It deserves the hype. But, see, now I'm down to 1 viewer. But, the animation was a little too clean. And I feel like it doesn't match the vibe. It betrays the feeling of the manga in that it is pretty gritty. And so, I hope that it spurs on another studio who feels more qualified to do the manga style in animated form. I think that would be sick. I think a lot of people had the same observation, critique of the trailer. Because don't get me wrong, it looked great, but it was very smooth. It almost looked Ghibli-esque, and Ghibli is traditionally very clean, very whimsical, very light. And that's not what this series is. So I think a lot of people were hoping for a better take on the animation. And I hope they do. I hope they do an anime, and I hope they keep it gritty. Alright, I'm going to add a background, and I'm going to clean up the layers. I think I'm going to keep it painterly. No, I'll do the little lines, and then I'll do the coloring painterly. And I think I'm going to do white for the lines, and a black background, and just do white outlines. And I think that'll look pretty good. And it'll match the keyframes. And I think it's happening fast enough that it'll count as in-between still. But we shall see. Can't we? And by we, I mean me. Nobody else is here. Why am I winking? Anyway. Anywho's. Okay. Let's do this in white. Oh dear. Let's not do onion skinning. Let's do brush. Let's get a good texture going. Sketch. No, we'll do pencil. Maybe I do pencil. just for instance, for the sake of reference, let's see how that looks. Is it B is my stroke button? What is my stroke button? What is my stroke button? An M? Nope, that's filling. J? No. I always forget. No. Doesn't matter. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do a pencil. A little bit better on pencil. I may decide to fill in some shapes and make it more like this style. Like that. But maybe not. Maybe this will look okay. This is reminding me of the pink elephant sequence. Alright, we're gonna use that for reference. I don't hate it. Okay? I could go back and do some hatching. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome in. How are you? I need to make an animation for myself for those little bumpers when those happen. For my announcements. I'll make some custom ones because the running zombie is a little overused. Too much about that. Not on the screen. Okay, there. Those are his sleeves and those are rolled up. Eh. Alright, I'm pretty convinced that my thing is tied to all subscriptions and not just channel subscriptions or stream subscriptions. I feel like that happens pretty often. It's backwards. No. Yeah. Yeah. Over the shoulder and shoot this person. Hi, welcome in. It was your day. My day has been good. Actually just like 3 hours ago woke up, slept in. So that was nice, but I did have to run some errands, so I was kind of rushing to get ready for stream. How was your day? It was good. By chance, what are you drawing? I am drawing an animation, fan animation for the manga Tower Dungeon. I've been working on this for a while, and I'm just trying to get it done. But it's a really good manga, and I really like the style, and so I was like, oh, I want to see if I can emulate this, and put it all together, and see how well this would look animated. So far, I think it's really nice. I will show you a little bit of it once I finish these frames. Doing some in-betweens, some impact frames right now. Color in those backgrounds very loosely, and then I'll probably go back and do like hand-drawn black backgrounds. I think that'll be cool. Might be too busy. I don't know. We'll see how this looks. I guess I could just extend. No, I can't. Never mind. Never mind. Strokes. Forgot about the camera move. That's right, I'll fit. That's cool. Keep it up with the content. It is underrated. The manga or the animation itself? Because I think animation is underrated. And I think there needs to be more hand-drawn. That's just my opinion. I think Disney should crash and burn. for their transgressions. Okay. I'm gonna play this through. Seizure warning, there are flashing lights. I'm gonna have to rework these hands, I think. In that pose, maybe I'll add another. We'll play with it. We'll play with it. Okay, seizure warning, for real. I'm gonna let this rip. Yeah, I think those brush strokes need to be thicker. I think what I'll do is go back over top of them in more strokes and just kind of keep it rough and sketchy. Oops, I'm on Photoshop rules. I use Photoshop a lot, so I always forget. Pretty rough. That might add something to. A little chicken scratch. Intentional chicken scratch is nice sometimes. I like when I'm trying to mess up and then I just nail it and draw the perfect line that goes right over top of exactly what I already had. It's funny. Oops. Why did that erase both layers? This is on a different layer. Whatever. Whatever. Not gonna question it. I did put those on the separate, like... Fix it. Fix it in post. Oh, I see. That's probably what the problem was. No, that's not right. I truly don't know. I don't know. I don't. On the screen. Gotta go keep up with the content and never give up. I never will. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. fix these hands. I assume there was an I at the end of that. What's up? Oh, thank you. Mic out? No. Okay. You're just ignoring me. Kind of hard to go back to chicken scratch once I've gotten all the line confidence that I have now. It's very interesting. Because, like, you know, when you first start out, you're just trying to get the general lines down as an artist, and so you kind of do that, like, where you do the hairy lines like that, and now I have to go back and learn how to do that for the sake of style. Stylistic choice. I'm checking the Discord. Hey, we got some more. The ad is working. It's the great part about being a creator is you can just make your own ads, right? This is very interesting to me. I like when people are learning. Trying to help other people in the Discord. all caught up. Who is here? Somebody said hi and then just hasn't been communicating that. Maybe you're busy. I get it. I get it. Put this on in the background. Do your chores. Do your homework. Just hang out. Working on your own stuff. I get it. I'm hip. Name that movie. Oh, it's the hands wrapped around. This needs to be on top. Alright, please get a waffle. Hi. Oh wow, I feel like an asshole. He said hi and then got dragged away by my dogs. You're good. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I was worried that I was boring you because I went to the Discord and was not interacting with the chat. So I was worried that people were just like, this guy sucks. This guy doesn't suck. I apologize for calling you out. Hope your day's going well. It is! Oops. Hope your day is going well. I saw the short you posted and tripped over myself trying to show it to my friend. I'm glad that I have fans that think that that's worth something. I posted it and I was like, this is dumb. It's not very funny. I put some little bits in there. I was like, what is the point of what? I don't even know who that guy is at the beginning. I was like, oh, I want to hit somebody. Some jerk who's trying to sell stuff. I don't sell shit. I do sell stickers. I sell. I also have some more art stuff coming. Scripted out some more videos. So we'll try and be more active on YouTube, even though I'm streaming currently. So keep your eyes out for that. I would like to do a video a month at the very least. We'll see. I didn't post anything in March. That was very funny. I'm glad you liked it. I do need that reassurance, because I'm always worried that my friends just laugh at my jokes to make me feel better about myself, and that I'm actually not funny, and I have imposter syndrome, and so I do need that positive reinforcement. I also see other people post stuff, and then I look at the comments, and people are like, this is stupid, and I'm like, I thought it was good. So, I think I need to just get over the fact that there's some people on the internet who just always will suck and be contrarian. I also noticed my art was featured, so I had to be like, yeah, I know a celebrity feature. Yes, I did the scrolling in the background. I thought I would feature some people. People were like, I wasn't making any money. I am glad. Yeah, that I want to keep coming up with new poses that I can then use in future videos as well. I think that that'll help with expediting the process if I just have this library of poses that I already have done. And then I won't stress about like, oh, I gotta draw too, dang. I can just put out the vocals of something and pretty much just record and then let it go. I'm also trying to get better about like posting stuff without worrying too much about like perfecting every little bit of it. Because I had that Discord ad kind of just waiting, ready to go for a while, and I just wanted to finish that final bit on the stoop smoking. And I spent way too much time on that. I was like, I want to do color, but I don't know what kind of color. And then I just did like a gradient map, and I was like, it's good enough. Like I think for certain things I need to get better about knowing when it's okay to say it's good enough. Because none of this is like a movie. None of this is like, this isn't a theatrical release. This is my channel. If anybody has any complaints about it, they are fully within their right to have those opinions. And I just need to be able to deal with that. Weird being an artist and putting your stuff out there. Nerve-wracking. Been so quiet online. I also started going back through VODs and finding like short content type videos that I'm gonna go and like edit a little bit just so I can change the layout. I don't want to just re-upload. I don't want to upload a horizontal video for the shorts. And I might, because I found a couple of clips that are like up to 7 minutes long, and I might just upload those as videos, depending on how much I trim out of it. There were a couple of things that I was like, yeah, I do want to talk about this more in depth, and I will make a couple of videos for specific topics based on those odd rants, stream rants, because there were some that kind of apply to a grander outlook, grander topic. And so I do want to give you more content and elaborate on those thoughts, because, you know, when I'm streaming, it's just kind of... My thought process is the background. The things coming out of my mouth are not always things that I remember. And I'm really focusing on the art more so than the things I'm saying. And so sometimes I leave stuff out, or I come across a little bit more harsh than I intend to. Unless it's AI, because then I do mean it, and fuck that shit. Like, I went back and I found a VOD of me ranting about the AI job posting. I don't know if you were there for that stream, but there was some stupid fucking AI job posting that was like, I'll give you $40 for a 1-minute animation. And I was like, you can go elsewhere. I really wish I got any kind of feedback from people online. I think that's why I like your Discord. At the very least, I have a little fire emote from Cullen. I really want more people to interact with each other and, like, you know, not critique unless asked for, you know? But I do want more people to give feedback, because I feel like I'm the only one who's in there doing it, and it's a weird in between where I'm like, if I don't say anything, then I don't know who's going to say anything or if that'll ever get answered. And so the conversation can't necessarily move forward until that gets fixed. Or, what was the other thing? I forgot. But anyway, I want to answer, but I also want to leave room for other people to answer. And I also don't want people to feel like since I answered that I'm like the end all be all of advice. I feel like other people can chime in. I think we've gotten a couple of those, but maybe other people just aren't as willing to share feedback. And that's fine. Because sometimes you just don't feel qualified. Somebody posted a something about writing, and I'm not a writer. I have the capacity to write. I have a keyboard and fingers. But I don't specifically write stories or books or anything. So, but, you know, I'm worried that there aren't enough other writers in Discord to offer that advice, and so I gave my 2 cents, regardless. And hopefully it was helpful still. I do still have the capacity to critique things outside. Like, I watch movies, but I don't make movies, right? I watch live action stuff, and I still critique that, even though I'm an animator. So I can still observe and see what I've seen be successful, and can work with that. I do try to be supportive. I appreciate it. I'm sort of afraid to give bad answers. Yeah, I think that's a valid fear, but I also think that hopefully everyone recognizes that we're all just, you know, giving our 2 cents and that these are opinions, and so you have the capacity to say yes or no to whatever it is that somebody suggests, right? I don't think it should be insulting if somebody doesn't follow your advice, especially if you know that you're not an expert on the topic. The only time I get insulted is when I know it's a topic that I am well versed in, and somebody asks my opinion specifically, and then they ignore me. Like, I have a friend who's a teacher, and if I was to ask her, hey, how would you go about teaching this person? And she'll go, oh, I would do this. And then I just didn't. That would be insulting, right? It's her profession. So, like, I 100% understand that. But since we're all just kind of palling around, I do hope that everybody recognizes that it isn't entirely inappropriate to just not take certain people's advice. And that those people shouldn't feel insulted if we don't, you know? Because it is just, hey, how do you think I should approach this? I think the framing of the question in and of itself can also lend itself well to how you get a response. So if you go, what should I do? That then kind of makes you feel, oh, I don't want to give advice because I don't want this to be the only answer that they receive, and for them to take that advice, and then it turns out bad, right? So I get that pressure. Whereas if the question was framed as, what do you think I should do? What would you do in this scenario? What are your thoughts on this? That does kind of soften the blow if you don't have your advice followed. Because then it is very specifically an opinion. And you could always end whatever your advice is, regardless, as that's just my opinion, or, you know, take it with a grain of salt. I don't necessarily know exactly what I would do in that scenario. I don't typically do these topics or what have you. So I do think I'm going to try and lay a little lower about responding to everybody, because I can't always be available 24/7. I would love to be. I would love to be the guy who could just be like, do this as soon as somebody posts. But I'm also busy with other things. I have a very busy social life, shockingly. I've started making plans for myself. And I have to uphold those. You're telling me I gotta do the thing I say I'm gonna do? I hope this looks okay, because it's gonna suck if this is bad. mean, you are pretty active. Every time someone new comes in, you are the first one to react. I do want to be the one to welcome people. You guys are allowed to, you know, you can beat me to it. You don't have to wait for me if you see it before I do. But, you know, it is my server. I feel like I should probably be the one. I always participate in the weeklies. I always do the monthly. I'm gonna try and always do the monthly. But, yeah, it is my server. I feel like I am somewhat obligated to participate. I shouldn't say I'm obligated to. I like participating. That's the whole reason I started doing this, was so that I would be motivated to work on stuff myself. Touch screen. I don't need to do anymore. Okay, cool. Got one of my friends to join. Let's go! It's working! We are Legion! I'm gonna welcome them. I'm gonna do it. Damn it, you guys beat me to it. Fuck! Did I get everybody already? I did Untold, Great Sycamore, we did Mob. Okay. Oop, oop, oop. Okay, cool. We got him. I'm in. Do it. I feel like I had another project I was working on. I don't know if it was going to be to get people's attention, but my other thing. Oh, I was thinking maybe if I did more shorts of the VODs, that those would be more like, oh hey, he's a real person, he exists, he's a guy. I don't know. I don't know what the interactivity on shorts is. I should do a breakdown on that and see how well those perform. I feel like I already talked about how I was going to do a YouTube behind the scenes, because it's very confusing starting out. Like, they don't really tell you much as a creator. And I'm sure somebody could say like, oh, you didn't read all the walkthroughs. I'm like, yeah, I didn't, because I don't really trust the corporate entity to be truthful about like they're gonna make it about money. They're gonna be like, and here's how you make money, and this is the best way to get content. Make 50 different thumbnails and make them all with very white eyes, and make them all life or death, and make them all Mr. Beast pogging, and you'll get so much interaction. It's like, can we be so for real? Can we please just tell me how interactions work? Tell me what subscribers do for me. Tell me what is necessary for me to get to the next stage, and what your best guess as to what kind of content would be. And it's like, they don't offer that. Now, I'm on YouTube enough that I do know what works and what doesn't, and I've kind of been trying to figure that out and walk that line of like, do I do viral stuff just for the sake of it, or do I? And I opted to just keep making things that I actually enjoy, but just make them more frequent, and then hopefully I'll attract the correct audience. because I always had that inkling in the back of my head of like, you know, you could just do backflips and stuff on TikTok and say some outlandish shit just to get some attention, like Logan Paul or Jake Paul, and just be a general nuisance to society. And I was like, I don't actually want to do that. I actually don't want to garner an audience of children, and then once those children grow up, they realize that I'm fucking annoying and a bad person. So I think I'll just keep being a normal and good person, even though I could make billions of dollars being a piece of shit. Like, I don't want to do that. I've been really busy lately, so I haven't picked up on rewatching, so I haven't narrowed down any fun points for you to use. No, you're good. You don't have to. I appreciate it. It was more just like if you miss something and then you come back and watch the VOD. Totally cool. I don't think I've had too many other topics that I've missed. I think I did a clip for my breakdown on hands, just a very baseline, and I do intend to make a video eventually of my breakdown on hands. I did a clip of me ranting about the bullshit job application for a $40 animation for a full minute, which is fucking insane. From a luxury brand, by the way. They were selling men's luxury clothing. It's like, you're gonna try and tell me that you're a luxury brand and then also underpay your contractors? Like, you're full of shit. So I ranted about that for like 9 minutes, and that should be a good one. And then I did one about, also drink your water. I remember that. Okay, cool. You were there for that. Good. I just briefly went back through my VODs, and I was like, I remember I was on the job site, so that should pick up, like, I just kind of skimmed the video, and I held on that screen for a while, so I eventually picked that out of the thumbnails. It kind of breaks it all down into thumbnails. And then you can go in. I should just do a full behind the scenes at some point, and just, because it's interesting when you go to the clip making function, it like breaks it all down and it transcribes all of the automated captions. That's the word. It breaks it all down into automated captions, and so then if you click on like one section of those captions, it'll jump you to that part of the video, and then you can just kind of bookend each end of wherever that conversation starts and ends. So that's a nice function. I assume that's AI in that it's like detecting audio and converting it, but maybe that's not an AI function. Maybe it's more of like just a voice synthesis thing. Hopefully it's not AI, but I could see that being a versatile use of AI, not just generating nonsense out of nowhere, but like to analyze batch information and compress it down for the sake of brevity. But not for books. Don't do that with books. I know people summarize books, and it's like, you're not reading the book. You don't know what's happening. Anyway, my very brief AI rant today. So that's helpful. And then I need to go back in and see what other ones I did. But I should do a behind the scenes too of like how I break down clips. I could just do a breakdown of like all the behind the scenes of my processes. Process for animation, process for videos, process for clips. I don't know if that would be interesting, but that rant was so funny. Thank you. Yeah, I should just clip it and just zoom in on the part where I'm just like, fuck you, fuck your $40. It was good. Knowing more about what's behind the curtain for YouTube might make approaching it easier for some people. The unknown is scary. Yeah, like, getting started on it too, I was like, I can't dive into this fully as like, because, you know, there's YouTubers who make that their career. But, like, to just dive into that is insane to me, because my stuff will just either hit or miss, and I can't rely on that as revenue. Like, that's just not feasible, especially when it won't tell you how much you would earn until you've actually gotten to the point of earning it. Like, so far, I think I've made $6 from the AdSense on one of those videos, and it also won't let me just do ending ads. It makes me do front and end ads, and I really hate that. I wish I could only do end ads, because it's really annoying to jump to a video and then have to sit through that personally, like when I'm watching other people's stuff. So I don't want to inflict that on other people because it's obnoxious. And so I would love to be able to just do ending ads, but they won't let you, and so I need to explain that to people, because my ideology would just be one ad at the very end and then maybe sponsors if I ever get those, right? Because this whole point of this is to teach you, and this is not my main source of income. I just want to be, but I would love to be able to very slowly wean into that so I can just do this. That would be great. But I'm not gonna do the whole scummy, like, I made my video exactly 10 minutes long so I can do mid-rolls, and I'm gonna put 7 mid-rolls so that you have to watch all of them, and I'll make $5 per view. And it's like, but then you're not fostering a community. Like, you're not helping people when you're actively turning them off from your content by being a piece of shit about, I'm trying to nickel and dime I'm gonna wring you out like a sponge. No, it's a give and a take, and it should be an even balance between what they want and what you can do. That's kind of where I feel about sponsors, is like, if I were to get any, first of all, I would have to make sure that they were valid as a company. I'm not gonna do gambling for children, or, like, I'm even iffy on Raid Shadow Legends. I feel like there's something scummy going on that they're making that much money. But, like, I would have to research where people are sourcing their food, if it's a food thing, like Factor or something. I would have to figure out if people are using, like, slave labor for making shoes, if it's like, what are those, Toms? If it's like, I'm not doing 23andMe, I know that shit went south. I would probably do, like, sex toys. I think that would be fine. Hey, I know you like my drawing. Here's a thing to put in your butt. I can do that. I've heard that you can only do that when you have so much fame or something. So if that's fake, I'd like to hear the real answer. Sponsors, or like changing your ad, like, breakdowns. Because I do have an answer if it's the sponsors. I haven't, like, started on that yet, but I did see something pushed to me. Like, YouTube has started sending me emails about stuff, and they're like, sign up for this, sign up for this. There's super chats that I didn't want to implement because the ad breakdown. Oh, yeah. Okay, I can give you a brief peek. So when I initially got the 2,000 subscribers, you had to have either 2,000 subscribers and I think it was 200 watch hours total amongst all viewers within a certain time period. I think it was 3 months. Then you could apply for AdSense, and you still had to get approved, but they approved me, and then they said, okay, so now you can decide whether you monetize or don't monetize videos. And in monetizing, you then automatically, it would do a front-end ad, a back-end ad, and a mid-roll automatically by default. And so I looked at the settings, and I said, okay, I want to take away the mid-roll and the front-end ad. I want to take those off. It only let me take off the mid-roll, and I looked it up. I was like, can I do no ads at the beginning? Because that's really annoying. And it wouldn't let me. So bare minimum, if you have monetization on videos, you have a front-end, back-end ad. It also didn't tell me how much I make per ad view, you know? So that's still up in the air. I should probably do the math at some point, but it's hard to do for the 2 videos, the where do I post this, because I didn't have AdSense active until like 90,000 views, so now I'm up to 100,000 views on that first one, and so, and I had put out the second one, and that didn't have monetization on initially, so I don't have a good stat on when that actually picked up. So once I put out a video that I monetize from the beginning, then I can do a full breakdown of like, here's how much I made, here's how many views I got, calculate that, divide it out, that'd give me an answer. But the numbers are off currently, so I can't do the math. I wouldn't be able to figure that out. But yeah, I wish I could turn off the front end ads. And then they did also push me to do super chats and like not subscriptions, but there's a step above subscription, and it's members. It wants me to turn on members, and I'm like, I don't really have content enough. Like I don't put out stuff daily to then do like members exclusive or members first videos. And I also don't think I make enough stuff for people to pay for that. Like, I don't even know what I would do, like $1 a month or something for behind the scene. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a good standard of process that I can just do that. Because like some months I'm busy, and so I won't have time to do behind the scenes stuff, and then I'd have to cancel that for the month, and then, you know, people will be like, oh, you didn't uphold the thing, and I'm like, yeah, I know, that sucks. So I don't feel comfortable doing that. Same with Patreon. I don't feel comfortable doing that yet. I think I still have it on my Linktree, but I should probably take that down. I feel like Ko-Fi is probably a better solution. Is just like, if you are inclined, if you are so inclined that you want to give me some money just for existing as a human, that would be awesome. But that is not me asking. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not desperate yet. I think actually one of the scripts that I recently wrote was about the... Let me look at my scripts. Let me see what I got. Is it that you can only take out one of the ad rolls, so you could instead have an ad in the beginning and mid, but not the end? No, it's very explicitly, you have to have an ad at the beginning and you have to have an ad at the end. If your video is longer than, I think it's 10 minutes, then you can add mid-roll ads. And the second, where do I post this breakdown of all the portfolios and stuff, that automatically got a mid-roll when I posted it monetized. Or no, it wasn't monetized when I first posted it. I turned on monetization, and then it added an ad in the middle, and I took that out because I didn't like that. But it's not a minimum number of ads, it's a minimum placement, so they have to be at the front and the end. And then you can add mid-rolls. I think it's dependent on the length. So if you have, I don't know what the ratio is, but I think minimum it has to be 10 to add, let's say like 3. You could break it into 3s and do every 2 minutes maybe. So one at the beginning, then after 2 minutes, then after 2 minutes, then after 2 minutes. Maybe, I could be wrong. I'll break it down when I do that video. All I know is that there was a mid-roll, and I took it out, because that's fucking annoying. Let me look at my scripts. See what we got coming. Oh, wait. Video scripts. Oh, yeah. So I have... Is that finished? Oh, yeah, that is finished. Neat. Right. Well, I'm not going to spoil that one. But one of the ones that I'm doing is about indie games that I've had just on the back burner for a while, and then the other one was art scams that I've encountered. And I think that was inspired by the job site that had the $40 for fucking a minute of animation. I'm gonna put that in there. I'm gonna do that right now. Elaborate. Okay. I do have a more larger announcement to make, so I will not spoil that. Sorry, now I'm in the Discord. I'm I appreciate you trying to push people to see the stream. Oh, we got new people. Wait, have I responded? Did I get everybody? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. That was in the Discord. Also, they're starstruck. They don't know how to deal with it. Can't spell. It's called the keyboard. Going ham on the keys. Wow, chat is going nuts. All right. I mean, if they want to join stream, it is their business. I am literally just eating food and hanging out. You could hang out too. That's what was going nuts in the chat. I was like, what is happening? It scrolled up so much. All right. Did I answer all your questions? I feel like I was bouncing around a lot. Got a little distracted by my scripts. Just doing the part. Preach, preach. I did my part. Starship Troopers. Oh wait, this is not even on the screen. What am I doing? Oh, I know. What do you plan on applying for that 4th job? I am always on the lookout for animation stuff. I actually did, one of my friends give me a commission to do, so I should be doing that right now, actually. But, he didn't give me a date that he wanted it done by. I'm sure he would just like it as soon as possible. But, I'll work on that off stream. For now, I don't know that he wants everybody to see it, so I'll ask him about it and see if he'd be cool with that. Maybe I'll do that on Wednesday. Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do Wednesday this week. I think I have a 3rd job. No, I have plans. I might not be able to. Then I do have a gig on Thursday for photography. And Friday, I'm gonna still stream, but I might have to cut it short. So that does mean that I might start earlier. I might try and wake up a little early and do that, so that we still have time, because I think I want to do... I feel like I want to do every Friday we do the character wheel. I think that would be fun. You are busy. I have a lot of stuff. What do I have tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm going to hang out with my family. Wednesday is also hanging with my family, but we're binging the end of My Hero. Last week I binged the end of Fire Force. That was super good. Very exciting. I need to finish off some anime. My Hero did. I don't remember. I feel like I got through part 1 of the final season. I think. So we just have to... I think we just have to do part 2, but I could be wrong. No spoilers. Might need to do a recap. It has been a minute. Highly recommend Fire Force. I was particularly excited about the ending. It was a very good wrap-up, too, I will say. Better than the Soul Eater wrap-up. Oh, I should script that out too, and just do my favorite, my highly recommended animes. Alright. See how this looks. I might do... one more in between here if we feel it's necessary. So I do need a little bit of input. Alright. Seizure warning. Be aware. Flashing lights. Three, two, one. Oh, I didn't zoom in. Hold, sorry, let me zoom. Get that centered for you. Okay. See how it looks over here. So I kind of like the speed of it. I think that helps a lot. I don't think I need an in-between. I think it works pretty well. Maybe I widen this slash... It reads great to me. Okay, well that's good. I don't remember who it was that recommended I do the 360, but thank you if you're watching, because that is a really good idea, and it does work pretty well. I'm no animator. That's alright. You can still be a viewer of anime and, you know what you're talking about. Was that Humble? That might have been Humble. I always get people's Discord and YouTube names mixed up. Yeah, I don't know. I might look at other stuff. Yeah, I've seen you everywhere as the same voice, or as the same name. I think that's the easiest way to do it. I know that it's like, creativity or whatever, and I'm just like, I don't even have a username. It's just my government name. Shwa. Also looks like the latency on my stream is doing better this time. My chat is updating quickly. Called branding. Yeah. I'm name brands. My household name. Alright, let's play this full. It's hurting my eyes, first of all. And second of all, I just want to see how that applies with the rest. Still need to do those in-betweens. Go back to... Start right here. See how that blends with this. Oh, I forgot I've got these damn in-betweens. Oh wait, I do have everything on the same layer now. Right? Okay. Oh, these aren't. I'm just gonna copy these up so I can... Ease of access. Nope. Now where is this drawn at? What the hell? How did I do that? save it real quick, just in case my computer explodes from trying to process all these lines. I will study some of Nakamura so that I can get his do his flashing background. Now we can just solo this. Actually, yeah, we just solo instead. Oh, but it's not the white background. Damn it. Solo it. Oh, that's also on a different layer. Okay, well, whatever. It also helps people famous like yourself to recognize me instantly. Yeah. Just carries right over. It also helps that you're in my stream every single day, so a little more easily recognizable through exposure. Alright. Here we go. Seizure warning. Be aware. See that's centered on there. Oh. Well, it is lagging. Holy cow. Might do the eye in white. Oh, that does look nice. I want to center. I want to center that pose. I'll just change the camera there. That's good where it is. That's good. That needs to be moved up and smaller. Alright, hold on. Egg. One. Double check. Good. Now it's animating. What is happening? Oh, that's why. I was like, isn't some keyframe. Yep, and then I'll just do that back one at some point. This one, that one's fine. That one's good where it is. I like the forward backward is nice. That works. That might be alright. through. Okay, seizure warning, be aware. That looks better centered. Gonna need to compile some of this stuff and clean it up so that it's all on the correct layers, so that, yeah, it's like he disappears there. Should do a background at some point. Okay, let's go back to, whoop, hey, oh, going too fast. All right, let's go back to this, and I'm just gonna play around with some coloring. And I might do, I'm gonna do the eyes. Never mind. So, I like the way that they are. No, because that would be. We could just do this. The outline. The shape. Oh, what do I want to do? Let's go to this layer. What I'm gonna do. This layer. And I will color these in everywhere else. See what that looks like. I might also opt to do just a trail from the pupil. Because I like this, oops, I like this pupil. So I think what I'm just gonna do is go around it so that it's still nuts. I am back. Welcome back. How's it going? We are out here. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna like this or not when it's done. We're gonna find out. seen it said animation this time, so I joined. What are you drawing this time? I'm still working on my Tower Dungeon. I don't know if you were here for that. I have a Tower Dungeon manga animation that I'm doing, a little fan animation of some panels that I liked enough that I thought that they would be cool to see in motion. So I stitched them together. I added a couple of my own to tie them in, you know, some in-betweens, if you will. So I'm doing some impact frames for that. I will play it back for you once I'm done with this. Only got 2 more frames. I'll remember it, so props not. Okay. Well, then you will see some of it. Also highly recommend reading the manga. It is really good. They actually just released a trailer as an ad for their newer chapters, and people were very excited because a lot of people like the manga, and they were like, oh, this means they're getting a show, which hopefully they will at some point. But a lot of people also didn't like the style of the trailer because it was a little too clean. And this guy's style is very specifically pretty grungy. But since they released that trailer, I wanted to get this finished because I've been working on this for a while. I had this on the back burner. And I just want to get it out there so that people know that I've been doing this since the beginning. In the beginning. If this looks good enough, then I'll probably go back and clean this up and do like very specific strokes. Probably use a bigger brush. More impactful etching. See how this looks. All put together. Did I turn off? I did turn off the in-between. There's a couple of frames I still need to fix where, like, this is supposed to be animated, but turn off my in-betweens because a lot of stuff back here that's not clean, doesn't sync up with it. What's happening? Oh. But the part that I want to focus on is clean. Okay. Seizure warning, there are impact frames. Watch your eyes. I just wanted to pop in, see what you're working on. See a cool animation? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I like the ice. Yeah, maybe I do it on one. I'll probably do it on one frame. Probably on this one. But since this is all on the back frame, I should be okay to just, yeah, there we go. We'll just do that. Alright, let's see how that looks like. There's a lot of focus on them now that they are white. Yeah. I think there's enough. I want it to be more subtle, I think. Sorry, this is bugging me. No. Opposite problem. That's a little better. Anyway, let's do that. Here's your warning. Thin white lines, I think. I don't think I need the white. I don't think I need the white on the ice. I think that throws off the drawing, if I'm being totally honest. Alright, let's do that one more time. Might do a trail. Scratchy lines are good. But I do think I want a trail to add to it. Maybe on the sword. On the eyes. I don't know. It's gonna take a minute. There's a lot of focus on them now that they're white. Yeah, I'm gonna dwell on that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back. I am back. Did I shout out, like, comment, and subscribe to Discord again? Too much? You're good. You're good. Speaking of the Discord, let's pop in and see what's up. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, the general has been immediately revived. Right after somebody said that it was bullshit. I will claw it back from the depths of hell with my bare fucking hands. You guys beat me to it again. Fighting all these new users. Alright, I am all up in the Discord. Okay, cool. Who said it was BS? Send them to the Shadow Realm. Oh, it was. They weren't saying it was BS specifically. It was. What was it? Let me find the exact quote. It was, damn, General's been dead for a while, or something like that. Chat died here. That's what it was. Chat. I responded. Chat only dies when I do. I am always here. Alright, I actually didn't even read any of this shit. Just skip right over. What did I say? There we go. I will convince you to do animation. Information to help with drawing would be nice. I want to work on my backgrounds and perspective. Ah, they missed out on the backgrounds. We need a whole background week. Man, very active. There we go. We got some people. We got some people who are chatty. We like to see it. Maybe get good with poses and perspectives. I want to try doing it digital sometime. Mouse, because drawing mouse sucks. I need to get a tablet. I don't know. It does suck. Tons of respect. Symmetry tool. Everything else is clean. Finger tracking. Oh god, yeah, the little thingy in the middle. Oh, I can't imagine someone draws with that. I draw with it using sometimes when I don't have access. I use a drawing tablet. Try to make a webtoon. Oh, that's cool. The goal. Good to have a goal. Wallen's Curse. I don't know what that is. What would it like to see when you start posting? Sounds incredible. Another artist I knew recommended Wacom. Screen. Funny story. That might be the one that I have that's currently missing. To get a drawing tablet without a screen, but it seems more difficult to use than one with a screen. Absolutely true, but pricing. I think the one that I bought when I first got it was like $200. But I still have it, and it still works, and it's still great if I ever am on the go and I don't have my iPad. There are some cheaper screen ones. I would love to get a sponsor where they just send me stuff that would be like, try out our tablet and give us an honest review. And then I could do a giveaway. I could give it away. I already have one. I don't need one. I could give it away. That'd be cool. And then I could do a comparison video. I could talk to all of the tablet companies and I could go, hey, I'm doing a video comparing tablets and how they function and my perks and shortcut pros and cons. You send me your stuff and I'll review it honestly and you'll have 100,000 eyes on it. I could do it. He's threatening to make an animator out of me. I will make an animator out of anybody. I can do it. I'll do it too. I'll pull you straight. Animate. I don't know who Cullen is. I just saw the vid and decided to join. I have been dragged in by a friend. I dragged Tiger in. I'm currently live on YouTube. There we go. Cullen gets distracted by the Discord. We all know. We knew I would. That what we use right now, an iPad. I have, for on the go, I have an iPad. I used to have a Wacom that didn't have the screen, and it just, you had to plug it in with a USB. And that worked pretty well, actually. I got pretty good about the hand-eye coordination. And now I have a Wacom that has a screen on it, and I've been using that for a very long time. 16-inch Intuos? No, Cintiq. Wacom Cintiq, is that right? I have a box somewhere, I can go find it. Giveaways would be fun, but I don't want to make any promises yet, because I don't have any stuff to give away. I found it. It's a Cintiq Pro 16-inch from like 2017 or something. But I invested in it because somebody commissioned me to make an animation, and then that didn't happen. So I ended up with a Cintiq. And $1,000 in debt. There's some cheaper ones out there. I was thinking of getting a couple just to have on standby if I ever wanted to mix it up, because this is a little restrictive. I would like to get one that has like an arm that I could move it around and, you know, position it. I could be here and drawing and, you know, lean back, not be hunched and hurt my shoulders. Once I get old, I'll probably have to do that and get something a little more versatile for the sake of ergonomics. But yeah. Right, what was I gonna do? I went to pee and then I forgot everything. Ah, I was gonna do a trail. It would be better for streaming if we weren't limited to hunched over artists. Yeah, that's true. Because now you've just got this side of my face. If I could, can you imagine if I could just be here and then look up and be like, what up, you know? Howdy. Yeah, I draw something. I could just draw without looking. What's up? Welcome in, how's it going? It would be better for streaming. Trail, I trail. That's what I was doing. Oh, I need to wait. I think I'm gonna do a thicker brush. Yeah, I don't know what I expected. The background is black. There's no way an onion skin works on that. Going good. Hey yo, what you drawing animating? I am animating a manga from, what is it called? Power Dungeon. I always forget. Power Dungeon. I grabbed some panels and I redrew them because I liked the style of them and I wanted to try and emulate the style. And then I was like, I could just animate this. Because initially I was just doing the pacing of it. I was like, how would this timing work in a storyboard? And then I foolishly started animating things, and then I just keep going, oh, that would be cool if I animated it. That would be neat if I animated it. And I haven't stopped, and I've been doing this for like 3 months. So, yeah. I'll play through it in a second. Let me get these. I want to see if this will work. Light of an artist. That's too much. Trying to add some kind of flow consistency to these eyes, but we'll see. Okay, here we play. We're gonna play it. Seizure warning, there are some flashing lights, so be aware. Going good, good. Yo. Alright, okay, here we go. Okay. I don't like the eyes. I don't like the trails. I think it needs to be one solid line if I am gonna do it, and it needs to be thicker. But I don't want it to cover up the drawings. I think I should change the perspective too. I should thicken it as it's coming out of the eyes if I'm gonna do this. And have the trails be smaller. See if I can't keep some kind of cohesion. I'm gonna do this on a separate layer actually, is what I'm gonna do. Alright, so that one I like. Go all the way back to that one's gone. Yeah. Okay. So let's add a layer. Then I can onion skin. Oh, I didn't even notice the avatar was moving. Yeah, usually his mouth goes, but for whatever reason the thing doesn't work right now. But I like having him just so that he looks, and then I can stare at you. Let me turn on the voice. Okay, that was sick. Thank you very much. I have pulled out the old YouTube account to say hi. Well, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. How's it going? I assume you're from the Discord. Let me get my avatar to talk. Settings. Use microphone. Oh, there he is. Now he's talking. Up B. Up B. Yes, sir. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So. Secondary action. Should lead from here. That. At this point, it's close enough to the front. Playing with it. Help, I'm being peer pressured into art. It's not peer pressure if everyone's in cahoots. We're all gonna animate. We're all animators. Every one of us. I want to do this. I want to I'm gonna do a rough and see how this looks. Just to get the motion down. Oh, here we go. Now the chat's picking up. Let's go. We are going to animate. I have never animated. It's called inspiration. We shall animate today. Yeah, that's the prompt for the month. Or the week. Sorry. The weekly prompt is animate. And I did that selfishly so that I could work on this. I was like, I need to get this done. I'm so close. I need to get it done. So, pick up your pen. Shout animate. It is a pain, for sure. You're good. You don't have to animate it. It's okay. Everybody is welcome in the art Discord. It used to be an animation Discord. But I expanded my horizons because I do have a history of drawing as well, so. No better time than today to start animating again. Alright, let's see. This looks better. I'm realizing now that this is very similar to another animation I have. I like the close-ups, I like the eyes, I like the swords. I've got a thing. Nakamura has Udapon cubes, and I have swords and eyes. See how that carries. Let's find out. I have a cold. This sucks. Maybe I'll start drawing something for the monthly. The monthly is also open to interpretation, so the prompt itself is actually animated, but that could be like an animated expression, an animated pose. But, you know, do whatever you want. I'm not gonna hold you to it. I'm not your dad. The evil and intimidating animation. Very scary and intimidating. Now, I might leave the trail up for the sake of carrying it along. This one doesn't carry very well. I need it to be more, yeah, I need it to explode out. Up, back down. I think that'll work. Well, let's find out. Seizure warning, be aware, flashing lights, coming up. 3, 2, 1. Alright, it always lags on the first pass. Alright, let's get it over here. Looks a little better. I don't hate it. I do not hate it. Does anybody else hate it? Because if you hate it, I'm gonna scrap it. And I'm never gonna animate again. No, you can critique me. I can take it. I don't hate it. Okay, cool. Well, then it stays. Whatever it is. I think what I need to do as well, because I was just doing follow-through. I was just doing secondary action, so I was really just tracing the trail of where the eyes were going. But I think what I need to do is also blend it into where it's going. And so I think I might either adjust that final slice, the final frame where the eyes are like a loop, and I might make that a bigger loop, or I might adjust the slash to blend into that. I might, ooh! Bear with me. Hold. Hold. I hate everything about it. It's really good. I like it. Thank you. I am at the whims of the algorithm. Okay. to my idea. Mr. Krat, I have an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna blend these. I'm gonna do just one additional frame here. I'd even delete this. No, keep it for now. Just so I can see what I'm doing. And then I'm going to make the eyes blend into this. Kinda lead the viewer's eye into the next pose. Just imagine this other eye is over here. I think if I bleed these together, that they will lend themselves into something greater. If I can get this angle correct. Not happening. This is animation, basically. You just go back and forth, you do Control Z until it's the perfect right angle. You're good to go. So if that sounds appealing, join me. Okay. So now that this would be good enough, as a lead-in to the next frame, and I can replace this frame entirely. It'll be like a smear frame. Could I have done a fill tool? Yes. Did I? No. Should I have? Yes. Are you bored? Yes. Alright. I said alrighty, and then I started some more stuff that I need to fix. A little too thinly stretched. Okay. I'm okay with a little bit of gaps, but okay. So that's gonna, yeah, and then it's gonna turn, yeah. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh, let me do a black background as well. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna let it rip again. Fill tool is a hit or miss. Yeah, specifically on Toon Boom, every once in a while when I do the fill tool, it'll just try and calculate and try and fill the gaps automatically, and it just can't, and so it'll crash the system. And I'll just sit here and I'll just start playing video games, and it's not a good, I'm not gonna do that right now. Tried using the fill tool in Krita, but there's little gaps I gotta fill. Yeah, it's annoying. Fill tool gamble. Yeah, alright. Let it rip. Avert your eyes if you have seizure proclivities. Okay, lag. And it'll be clean this time. Yeah, kind of the greatest animator of all time. What can I say? No, I do think that actually helps a lot. It helps carry his action. It makes it just chaotic enough that it works, I think. But I could be mistaken if anybody's reading it differently. Does it read well enough that it's a 360 shot? Because I could add some more in-betweens on that rotation right there. What that is... I want to find some references and see if they also do... how quickly they do a 360, right? Because I want to keep the pace, but I also don't want to just completely discombobulate the viewers. Ooh, that's some mean animation. Mean as hell. I think it's pretty solid, and I might be biased because I do want to move on to other scenes. But if anybody has any objections, if anybody's like, nah, bad, I will take that into consideration. Because that's what happened last time, and that's what contributed to this being better. Because it used to not be, it just used to be a slash, and it was confusing because I crossed the line. I went A, B, B, A, and it was a problem for the sake of the viewership. So, I'm hopefully fixing that. You have a few fresh eyes. That is true. Even if you're not an animator. As a viewer of anime. As a viewer of cartoons in general. How are we feeling? Does look way better. I never doubted you. Of course, of course. It may be a bit fast for someone who barely starts watching. That is true. Let me... Here. I'll add a little bit. I'll add more to the scene. Maybe the context of this leading up into it. Also, I do have my in-betweens off because... Oops. Because it blends. Was I missing some? I don't know. But the guy in the background was missing. Let's just do this. Let's just see what happens. I'm gonna let it rip again. Beyblade. Okay. Maybe a bit fast. I'm bad at picking up on details. Maybe a little circle motion could be a bit more exaggerated to make it look a little more clear that it's a 360. So the circle motion of the eyes should be like I can go wider here and maybe extend it out that way. You know what? Maybe I go from here. Hold on. Hold on. I like your thinking. See, this is what I was being sincere. I do actually want people to critique me. Please, tell me I'm wrong. Oops, wrong color. So I'll go from where his eye was in this last pose. Is that gonna show up? No, because I'm not. Oop. No. Wait. Oh, there we go. So I can go from here to there. And then it, yeah, and then it does that. I can stretch this a little bit. A little here so that it's we do a little halo effect. Do more rotation there. We can make this thicker. Shall we? I like this. I like this eye pose. I like the size of the pupil dictating a lot of the emotion. But I do think that it might benefit from being... See how that looks. I don't know if it's gonna work. This might benefit from being larger as well. Here, this stitch it together, right? Okay, let's try that. Let's see how we feel. If you know it's a spin, you'll be able to see the motion, but without it, you need to rewatch it and catch. Fair. Yes, that is a good point, is that when you're doing this, and I'm specifically looping it, my brain does get adjusted to that motion, and then it, it does read better than if it was just a clean take. You are very correct. I'm just trying to think of something that could work as a good critique, not exactly an animator. No, you're good. You're good. Alright, seizure warning. Be aware. Ooh! I think that did help. I think stretching it made it more deliverable. It made it read as a spin. Like, separate from the action, actually. I think that enhanced it a lot. See, this is why I need you here. I need people to tell me that I'm fucking dumb and I need to do something else. Oh, that looks good. Yeah, I can tell it's a lot more clear of a spin while keeping the nice look. I get to keep those S's and C curves. Hell yeah. What a good recommendation. Thank you. I appreciate it. See, I need your input. I need a community of people to tell me when I'm stupid. And be like, you could do this better. Because sometimes I'm just like, no notes. But then somebody has notes. And I'm like, you know what? I needed notes and I didn't even know it. Yeah, it's more readable. Awesome. Okay. Cool. We did it together. You guys get to take credit for this. You guys can go, look, I made that. I did that. You. Okay. There you go. Yeah, now it's in the chat. Yes, now it's in this video forever. Whenever anybody comes back to this, when I get super famous and they go, wow, how did he do that? KGVR did it. Alright, I'm gonna pause this. Okay. Now I need to in between this. And hopefully that's not going to take as long. It's not going to be as ruthless. Now, I'm also debating whether I want to actually clean up the rest of this stuff. Because it would be awesome to get, like, go through and do every single frame. This is currently a 2,000-some frame project. Where is the end? 2,148 frames. So as nice as it would be to do every single frame individually, I'm thinking I cut my losses and just do a couple of really well animated sequences, that one included, and then let the rest breathe as just an animatic, give it that spacing. But we'll see. I'll go through the whole thing after I finish this piece, if you're still sticking around. Woohoo! Put our names in the credits. Crap, that's a lot of frames. Yeah, it's going. Now, I will say, you can see, like, right here, this is just a hold frame. So nothing's moving. So, subtract, like, 30 frames there. Subtract, 4 frames there, 4 frames there. Most of these are on 2s. There's a couple that I went like, you know, this is slow going. That's a pretty long hold. Right? A lot of this was initially just an animatic with camera moves. That I need to redo this. I need this to be more. There's a frame in here that I really love. This. I want to make the other one look like that. Because he's such a fucking bad. I love this captain. He's such a good character. You know what? I'll play it from the beginning. The whole thing, all the way through. And then you can kind of gauge whether or not I'm worth following. Okay. Wait, I never thought of animatics. That actually might be a good thing to work on once I've improved. The stream is giving me ideas. I love that. I'm glad I'm helping. Love me some animatics. Yeah, initially, my biggest problem is that I will write down ideas for animations, and then I won't get around to it because it's such an insurmountable task in my head that I just don't even start. So I realized that if I start with an animatic, and I really like the idea, or, you know, I post the animatic and people like it enough, then I can animate it afterwards. So I want to start doing more animatics, just so I can get all these animated ideas out of my head. And then I can refine down and go, oh, I can go back to that, I can redo this, I've gotten better at that, so I can go back and add that, you know, that type of stuff. So, I want to try and finish more projects, which is why I'm doing this. Anywho, let's play it all the way through, and you can see where I'm at. Very brief seizure warning. Those are towards the middle. I don't have it, like, you know, no flashing light warnings on here, but so you're aware. I gotta add some timing to that. I also need to find sound effects. I might pace them out so that they're not all moving on the same frames on that, where they're walking in. Just so that it reads better. Because right there, I like that I have some people that aren't moving and then two that are stepping into frame. I need to remove those dialogue bubbles. I might add more phonemes. Maybe I won't. I don't think I'm going to add any moving there. Oop, my background's off there. That's it. So I still need to work on some pacing, and I still need to finish those in-betweens, because I really want the head of the sword flying away to be really well animated for no reason. I can get rid of my layout. This, yeah. Is that framing? Oh. Yes, yeah. Get rid of that. Need to fix spatter. Line those up, that's good. Okay. Go big here for a second. There we go. it's all paced out correctly. Might add an additional drawing at the beginning of this in anticipation here, just so that that reads better. Give it a little more room to breathe. But other than that, that's about all I got. Very nice, thank you. Also for the pacing for the guy getting splashed by blood. This is coming from somebody who hasn't seen the original material. The pacing on that is that this other guy, that happens first in the manga. That happens first, he gets hit in the mouth with that blood and everybody's confused as to where that came from. And then the other guy looks down and goes, oh, because he's been shot. So I understand that that is confusing. So she is confused. She I think says his name, and then he looks down and goes, "Oh," and then grabs it and dies. Spoilers. But yeah, that does sound a little, based on a first viewing, that is confusing. But that is it's a hook, and then you go, oh my god. Just revisiting your social media sites video since rebooted my art account. Nice! Welcome back. Ooh. The sketch you're doing looks quite nice. Thank you very much. That makes more sense. Yes, yeah. So, that is part of the challenge of the animatic, where I was trying to pace everything out initially, where I was just like, okay, let me just redraw each frame, which I think they should always do for any anime that is ever animated, is just do... There's a reason that people love this, so just do the frames. Do the keyframes from the manga. Just use the source material. There's a reason people fell in love with it. There's a reason there's such a demand. I don't know why that's such a point of contention, but I really hate when people are like, oh, actually, I'm going to do it this way. And then they divert entirely, and then they're like, oh, well, we caught up, so we're just going to invent stuff. And then it's bad, and nobody likes it. Like, that has literally never worked. There's literally been never been an instance where the manga got surpassed by the animation, and then the animation makes something better than what the original writer intended. Never ever. Game of Thrones included. Soul Eater. I think that happened with Death Note, but I could be mistaken. There was another one that I was just thinking of. Attack on Titan. They waited, but then they passed some stuff, and then they waited again until it was finished. It just never ever does it work. Just be patient. I would rather have to wait for something and make sure that it's good than to rush something just to have some immediate gratification, and then it sucks because the gratification is then not immediate. I don't have any gratification. There was none. I hate this. Anyway, go back to that sword, shall we? So, actually, briefly, in the manga, it jumps straight from this to this. So all of this is invented. I made that. From here right up until before here, I did all of that as just like adding to it. But this is a keyframe, and this is a keyframe. Those are both in the manga. That's where the jump is. So the challenge for me in making this animation is filling in those gaps. So something that I discovered that somebody pointed out to me last time was that here he was initially posted up facing this direction, running at the guy, right? He's back here. He's right there, right? He's down there on the ground. He's about to get squished. So he's facing on the staging A, B, right? In the line that exists. He's here, facing a little more this way. So A is still over here. The line goes down here. B is over here. So it's still haven't crossed the line. But to get from there to there, it's a bit of a cross of a line. I guess you could argue that it's straight on. But I had to fill that in, that rotation, that slice, to get to there. So actually, I guess they crossed the line here. Yeah, they crossed the line here, where he's actually at B right now, when he was actually over here. If B was here, they put B over here. Right? They crossed the line there. So maybe that's a point of confusion as well, but it at least carries from the arrow being shot. So I don't care. Anyway. To the sword. Oh, Promised Neverland. That is one. Yes. I think. Yes, season 2. That's right. Because I only watched season 1 because I heard season 2 was so bad. So you are correct. Because it was bad because they went past the manga and they were like, "Oh, we could do it. We've been doing this for so long. We'll just invent something and it'll be better." No, shut up. I hate you. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It's bad. I believe you are correct. It's mostly due to the communities being absolutely impatient. I play a game called Limbus and they got a lot of flack for taking as long as necessary to release chapters. Frankly, waiting for fiction to be complete is always worth it. It's not as if there's nothing to experience or enjoy while waiting. Yeah, there's other stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm biased. I'm an artist. I don't work for a studio. I don't know what that's like. I don't have crunch culture hovering over me, right? I don't have anybody who's paying me to get done with something. But as an artist, I don't think I would ever work for somebody if it was my vision, if I was in charge of the show. I don't think I would be able to work within the parameters of crunch culture. I would probably wait to deliver things until I knew that it was ready. Like if they were, let's say I pitched to Adult Swim. I would pitch something to them, and if they bought it from me and were like, "Okay, we're going to continue your show, whatever. We're going to make it, but you have to be able to do it weekly." I would tell them, "You're going to have to, don't announce my show until most of it is done, right? Don't announce that it's coming out until I have 10 of the 12 episodes for the year done, right? And then you can release them, and maybe then we can go back and edit it if there's things that people don't like about the show, if we want to rework it, whatever. But I mostly want all of this done so that I'm not crunching to get the last couple of things out, because it would suck to be like, all right, every week, oh, we got a new thing. That would suck if it was my vision, if it was my baby, that I was, this is mine, and you're on my ass. It has to happen naturally. I'm not going to force it. And I'm definitely not letting somebody else take control of it. Absolutely. Let's do pencil. So this is the manga panel. I need to decipher how this flies off in perspective. Better. I think I need this There it is. In-betweens. Now I'm concerned simply due to working on a visual novel. I may just experience that pressure one day. I don't think it's something to worry about too sincerely. Like, hopefully people who are doing just like webtoons or whatever, because I don't even know if that's subscription based. You have to subscribe to webtoons, because I know that there's some that you could read for free. And then I think as a creator on webtoons, you can then sign up and join like the creator pool of money based on viewership or whatever. I don't know. I haven't used webtoons, so I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure I've heard that you can then make your thing, your story, part of the subscription, and then people will buy into it. And it's similar to Patreon, where there's kind of an expectation that you're going to release on a certain day. But I could be mistaken. But if you don't do the paid version, then there might be no pressure on that, and then people would recognize like, oh, they're doing this when they have the free time. So I don't know if you should don't hold yourself back for that sake. That's just because that's a problem of mine that I'm anticipating having at some point. It'll be a lot easier when I have, like, I've had client work in the past where it's something that I don't necessarily care about. If it's just a job, I'm willing to do that and get it done within their parameters in the time that they need it, based on what I'm capable of doing. But if it's something that I care about, then I'm going to take my time. And hopefully my viewers will respond well to that, because I believe that most people recognize that art needs to be taken seriously, processed, just focus. Anyway, people forget that artwork and animation takes a long time. Alrighty, I'll have it out. Glad I found the video about socials. Thanks for putting out there, and good luck on the animation. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Have a good one. Yeah, people forget about that. Recently, I don't know if you knew this. Recently, I learned that Disney, when they moved from 2D to 3D, they bought Pixar and they just started focusing on 3D. I always thought that they did that because there was a misconception on how fast you could get 3D done in reference to 2D. I always assumed that they were like, oh, we can put these out faster, it's cheaper, right? Recently, I learned that the reason that they switched from 2D to 3D is because the 2D animators unionized, and so they had more specific work conditions where they had to meet those requirements as employers to these union workers. And so to punish them, they moved on to 3D because the animators of 3D were not unionized. They weren't considered animators at the time because they were more of computer graphic development technicians, you know? They were like coding to animate. I've seen a behind the scenes of Toy Story, and it was crazy because they had like nodes to move stuff around rather than just controllers parented to the stuff just on the model. Process now is much easier, but back then they had to literally like do math and type in code to be able to move stuff the way that they wanted to. So the time consuming thing is not what kept them from doing 2D. 3D was just as time consuming, if not more. They wanted to union bust, and so they moved to 3D and they stopped doing 2D because the 2D animators had unionized, and rightfully so. They had been abused for a very long time up until that point. Then they unionized and they were like, we're not making enough money. Let's do 3D. Those guys aren't union. So. Very messed up. Fuck Disney. Fuck them. Yeah, they've never been for the worker. Walt Disney did that shit all the time. Like, Walt Disney himself, he did not want workers to have rights. He was very specifically like, and they even do that today with creative property, where, because I looked into this, I was going to apply to Disney, and they have a clause in their contracts where if you work for Disney, none of the things that you make during that time are yours. And I don't just mean the things that you make for them, because obviously that's their content, that's their intellectual property. That's theirs, right? That's obvious. But if you make a short story in your free time, after work, while you are under contract with Disney, that belongs to them. Not joking. They own your intellectual property because they own you. The contract is that your IPs are their IPs, no matter what it is. It's insane. I fucking hate that. And they have taken people to court over it. They've just been like, no, this is ours now. You can't have that idea. So yeah. It's insane. Stand by it. Fuck Disney. I'm always excited when they release a new movie, and I can tell from a mile away that it's gonna suck because it's just that same fucking style all the time, because they're so lazy that they don't even make new models. They're just like, we'll just pump out another just put it in a different setting. Just do Incredibles 2. We'll just do the second one. And it's like, we liked you because you were original. You had original ideas. And now we're on Toy Story 5, when 3 was the perfect ending. Shit sucks. But yeah, Walt Disney, I'm pretty sure before there were unions at Disney, Walt Disney was very specifically a union buster in his own right. Personally, he would just like, oh, I see you're talking about linking up with your fellow workers and you don't want to work for me anymore, so goodbye, you're gone. We'd just bust unions. I haven't animated anything in a second. Let's just do... towards camera. Yeah. They know about the contract part. But my growing dislike started when they started recreating old animated movies as live action, and then it just grew from there. Yeah, I don't know if I've done a rant on that. I do a rant with my friends all the time. They'll get me started. They know how to wind me up very easily. I'm very easily wound. And so just every once in a while they'll just be like, hey, did you see that new trailer? And knowing that I'm gonna go off for like 30 minutes and have an aneurysm. But yeah, I have a very specific rant about my 2D live action, or my live action old Disney 2D movies. It's bad. So I should make that a video. That is short of me just ranting about it, because it's really annoying. I also love that they very specifically made they made The Lion King. They remade The Lion King. and they insisted that it was live action. They kept calling it live action. It's all animated. Even the backgrounds are animated. It's all digital. It's CG. Oh my god, they were so insistent. They were like, it's live action. In 3 years, based on the advanced technology that we have, it's gonna look like ass. Even now, it looks like ass. There are certain aspects of it where they just phoned it in. They didn't have the right shading. They didn't have the right lighting. They didn't have the ambient occlusion. They didn't have the subsurface scattering. And so, it's gonna age. And people are gonna recognize that it's not live action just by looking at it. But, like, they've so specifically marketed it as live action just because they had other live action tools. However, the bigger point being that they keep making remakes of things that exist in animated form and insisting to make them more realistic. But how do you make a lion realistic? How do you make a realistic lion that can talk and sing? You can't. You're an idiot. You can't make a genie a real thing. Genies aren't real. You can't do Aladdin. You can't do Lion King. You can't do Bug's Life. You can't, like, oh my god. Oh my god, you can't do Lilo and Stitch. That's a fucking alien. Oh my god. Ah! That's not even the half of my rant. That's not even half of it. You got me wound up. The live action remakes suck. They don't even change anything. It's shot for shot remake every fucking time. And then the things that they do change, they make worse. They're like, oh, let's add in a song where Simba can sing. And then the kid can't sing. And then let's take out Scar's actual good song, like the best villain song that exists, and let's just take that out, actually. And let's make him whisper and actually not do the Nazi stuff. Because yes, that's not great, but also, it's emphasizing the fact that he's a fascist. Whatever. I'm not gonna... I'm getting wound. Yeah, just watch the original. The Lion King remake is the tipping point. They also decided to make the lions less expressive. Yes, very specifically. I assume you must have seen the Your Movie Sucks Lion King remake takedown, because that is my favorite video of all time. I always watch that. Whenever I'm like, man, they released a new one, I go back and I just watch that, because every single point that he makes is just so valid, just so vindicating. It's just perfect. And it is the most brutal takedown that Disney has ever experienced, and I need everybody to watch that at some point in their life. I need everybody to watch the Your Movie Sucks YMS Lion King remake takedown, because it is so good. Oh my god. It's better than the movie. I watched that 1.5 hour long review of a 1.5 hour long movie, and that's only half of his review. He still has to make the second half. He intends to make it twice as long, and I will watch it several times through. It is so good. Anyway, really funny. Love that shit. You haven't seen that? Oh my god. Well, you're making all of his talking points. I assumed that you've seen it, but it's so good, and that's really cool that you already have those. You've broken it down. He gets really into the music of it, too. Like, he breaks down how they fucked up the voice. Like, a lot of the singing that they do, they overcorrected with autotune, and it's so bad. Highly recommend. Your Movie Sucks. Lion King live action remake. I have a specific hatred for the Lilo and Stitch. Yeah, that shit sucks. Yeah, I saw the ending too. My friend saw it in theaters, and he was like, this is the most boring thing I've ever seen, first of all. And second of all, I feel so bad for the kids. He went and took his cousins or something. He was like, I feel bad for kids that don't get to grow up with the original. Not that they don't exist, but that they're not in circulation. Like, my theory is that they could just put the movies that they have back in theaters. Just take the 2D version, re-release it in theaters, and I would go see that. I would pay to go see the original Aladdin on the big screen. Because that's still a commodity that I don't have access to. I can't do big screen stuff at home. So if you re-release it, I'm going to go see that, because that's cool, that's fun. Especially if they have, like, behind-the-scenes stuff after, or talks with the animators. I don't know, but that would be way better than... They're not listening. They're not here. They didn't ask me. They didn't ask me. I'm thinking that if I do this at 2 frames, it won't be... super visible. So we're gonna see what I can do, what I can get away with. So I want to do like a, and then just like have the chain just that. And we can flatten this out. I do need to make a video on my Disney rant. They will probably sue me to high hell, but gives a shit. I'll just declare bankruptcy. I never saw it, I just spoiled it for myself because I would never watch it. Why would they make Nala take that action she did at the end? I do know, yes, that's fucking insane. It spits in the face of the entire plot of the movie of Ohana. They start with Ohana. It's, we're a broken family, I still love you, and, oh, actually, I don't. Goodbye. Yeah, looking at Stitch in the movie made me uncomfortable. Yeah, he's bad. And I become the person that will wind you up and get you winded up in the process because I get just as winded up. Yeah, Stitch looks bad. No, I love getting wound. It's the best way to get rid of the anger that I hold within my heart. Because it's not at anybody in particular, or at least nobody that matters, right? Disney doesn't care. They don't matter. Now, that isn't to say that I don't care about the animators, because they're just doing their job, and I can't really... It's every animator's dream to work on something that people love, right? And it's kind of guaranteed with Disney. At the very least, a kid is gonna like it, right? But it is so much different than what it used to be, where adults and kids alike loved Disney movies. And so it's really hard to take as somebody who loves Disney, but only the old stuff. Because I know what they're capable of. I know what they used to do. And so it's really shitty to come across that and go, there's an entire generation of kids that just aren't gonna know why people love Disney. I think, new conspiracy theory, they're trying to get rid of Disney adults by making an entire generation of people who hate Disney. Also, I heard Hawaii has the best marine biology colleges in the States, and it's paid for people living in Hawaii. Take that with a grain of salt. So, like, she didn't have to leave. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of, in the original, that's like the opening scene, is that Lilo is playing with the fish and using them for weather prediction. And I know it's like a throwaway gag of like, I was feeding Pudge can tell the weather. But like, it's not wrong. Animals do react to the weather before we do. But yeah, like, as evidenced in the original. Also, I have this book. It's talking about the VFX in different movies and stuff, how to animate VFX, water, fire, whatever. And one of the first things that it talks about is how in Lilo and Stitch, the animators for the movie went to Hawaii on like a group trip and they studied. And they just drank in the culture. They talked to experts. They hired experts to be reference for like the biology stuff, the settings, the art, the backgrounds and stuff. They hired Hawaiians who lived there, who knew what things looked like, and were like, this is how you would portray like tiki, or, you know, the fire dancers. They got authentic fire dancers as reference, and they just people who lived in the culture. They went there and they talked to them and they paid people what they deserved for their experience and their expertise in a field. And for the Lion King, and for the remake of Lilo and Stitch, they sent like none of the animators to Hawaii. They sent the actors. I don't even know if they were in Hawaii. They were probably in somewhere cheaper. But point remains that they didn't show any of the attention, any of the care. They did the same thing with the Lion King. They sent the original animators of the Lion King to Africa, and they studied the African savanna, the layout. They like there is a real reference for Pride Rock. Like, they found mountain ranges and rocks, and it's beautiful. The Circle of Life, the opening sequence, they saw the clouds over the savannah and the light beams shooting down through, and they used that as inspiration. They used real things that they saw. And then Jon Favreau probably didn't even go to Africa to do any kind of like production scouting or whatever. And he just decided, hey, I directed Iron Man. I'm good. I can do this. Animation's easy. It's not even animation. I'm gonna say it's live action. And his stupid little fucking goatee. And oh my god. Anyway. I miss the really good songs, true. Everything's meh. It's like a new thing. Everything in Moana. Yeah, Moana's fine. Encanto is good. Yeah, I don't know. They're remaking Moana. Live action. There's still gonna be animation. I'm losing it. Encanto was the last movie from Disney that I enjoyed the songs for. I didn't really watch much afterwards. I'm trying to think if I've seen anything. Was Encanto before or after Frozen 2? I feel like it was after. Yeah, I feel like I remember Frozen 2 coming out when I was still in college. And I feel like Encanto was after. Yeah, that must be the case. I didn't see Frozen 2 though. I did see Encanto, but it wasn't in theaters. I feel like that was COVID. And I watched it at home. And it was good. Moana, I don't think I saw that in theaters either. I actually saw Frozen in theaters the day it released, the original Frozen. And I was shocked because there were like no kids in the like even families weren't taking their kids to it. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Like, because it had just come out, so people didn't know how good it was. And it was really good. And then I got tired of Let It Go very quickly. It was good. I did like Jasmine's song in Aladdin and Eric's song in Little Mermaid, but if you're going to throw new music into a soundtrack, why not put more effort? After Frozen 2. Okay, cool. Never saw Frozen 2, heard there was a bunch of issues for it. Why has everything got to be live action? That's the fun part. It's not. We get to be bees. It's good news, Mark. Forgotten Island is something upcoming I'm excited for. The animation in the trailer is gorgeous. This is not an upcoming. No, that is the Sony one. The people who did the Lego movie. And I think they also did Spider-Verse? Is that right? I could be wrong. But I think it's Sony. No, they did Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. That's what it was. They did The Last Wish, and I want to say the Lego movie, but I could be wrong. That's the one. Yeah. DreamWorks is great. I love DreamWorks. The Last Wish was phenomenal. That style was amazing, and the story was so good. Like, I loved the Death character was fucking fantastic. That is the best villain I have seen in the longest time. So good. Death was awesome. Yeah, I wish they would do... I watched The Bad Guys, and I really liked The Bad Guys. That was really well done. I liked the style. They were going for, like, the 80s heist movies, and they did, like, the car chase scenes and everything, and it was great. They really got the mood. Like, I haven't seen a movie get that kind of, like, dated aesthetic since The Incredibles, when they did the superhero, like, old style comics, and they really did the color grading really well. And I haven't seen that since Incredibles, and I love The Incredibles. But The Bad Guys did it very well, and it was modern. My only concern is that they did a little bit too much fetish stuff. I didn't like the farting. Farting was bad, and I get farts are funny. They did it 4 times. I was upset. Anyway, it was very specific, like, once, twice, maybe, that's for kids. 3, the third one, that was for you. That one was for you, and that's weird. But it was good. If I could just cut those little snippets out, very good. However, it was part of a plot point, and that did kind of ruin it. I was like, I couldn't skip over this. This is important. There shouldn't be a fart that's important to the plot in any movie. That's my rule. That's my new rule. No farts are plot heavy. No plot integral farts. That's my rule. I erased those parts from memory because I do not remember that. No, it happened 3 times, I promise. It was bad. It was the piranha had, like, stress farts or whatever. And I'm like, hey, I get it. I get that too, but I don't announce it to everybody. And there's not a big green cloud that you... I can't do it. So I really hope they cut that out of the second one, but I do think that I remember there being a trailer for it, and there was more farts. So I don't know. But I did like the second crew's character designs. I thought that would be fun. Maybe I resize this. Better. I remember. Let's talk on movies and stuff. It made me realize I need to watch more shows and movies. Green fart thing is weird. Yeah. Ever since I saw somebody do a breakdown of, like, all of the instances of, like, weird fetish stuff and kids stuff, and it was somebody talking about the reboot, one of the reboots of Total Drama Island, and they were kids, and there was like a fart fairy, and I was like, you lost me at fart fairy. That's where we draw the line. But yeah, that's a problem. I saw Goat. I love the animation. Hated the fart joke. There was a fart. Why is there a fart joke? Why? God, it was. There are other jokes out there that make kids laugh. Kids will laugh at almost anything, especially if there's just a silly animal on screen, as evidenced by all of the Disney movies that have come before. I don't recall any fart jokes in Mulan. I don't. There might be a fart joke in Aladdin. I do believe. Yes, at the very beginning, something breaks. The little guy who's doing the trading, one of his things breaks, and he does like a raspberry. It's not a fart. He blows a raspberry, as if it was a fart, right? He doesn't even actually. What? Okay. Anyway. Goat looks so cool. Got a few recommendations now. Enlighten me. My friend and I just started. Not just. We've been doing this for a while, because I also am in that vein of like, I need to watch more stuff to then be better at communicating my ideas, right? The more knowledge you have, the more resources you have to reference, the more knowledge you have to then convey. So I realized that I need to watch more media, and my friend has a Letterboxd list of animated things that he wanted to watch, but he didn't really have the drive, I suppose, to watch it alone, which I totally get. I am very much the same way, where if I'm watching a movie alone, I feel very much like I should be doing something else. I don't know why. But, so we decided, hey, let's just both, if we're both bad at watching things alone, then we might be good at watching things together, and having a date and time every week to do that and sit down and watch it really helps. So, we watched a bunch of animated stuff. Sometimes we'll do double features, but every Thursday, we always do that, and it's very fun. And we've cranked through, like, let me look at my list. We've cranked through a good amount of movies. And, most of them are very weird animated stuff, like the White, what is it? The White Mare? Son of the White Mare, that's what it is. We just watched that last week. And that was really good. Actually, I think I gave it a 3 or a 4 out of 5. Maybe I gave it a 3. Look. That one was rough. That one a good movie though, or good score. Wrong one. Let's look, shall we? Where is it? If you're looking for movie recommendations, I can give you some. What you making? I am animating. We're doing Tower Dungeon Animatic. It's a really good manga, and it inspired me to make an animation. So I'm working on the anime, or the animatic, and I'm refining it into animation where I see fit. Very fun. But currently, I'm giving out movie recommendations. Let me look at my recent activity. More activity. Why? Can you take me to the list of things that I've... There's gotta be just a... Anyway. Okay. That's where the I think comes from. I just remembered we were talking about the movies that make us upset. I got erased a few that I thought up that I like. I'm gonna read through my list. Why? The recent activity went away. Okay, so last week we watched Son of the White Mare, and that was really fun. It's very experimental, but it covers a lot of... I don't remember what culture it is, but it's some very specific culture's lore, like their mythology, and it's very fun. I want to say it's Norwegian, but I could be wrong. Take me to the movie. Doesn't say. Maybe it's Polish? It might be Eastern European. It might be like Polish or Russian or something. I'm just on Letterboxd. It doesn't have a very good summary. That's the word. Then the week before that, we watched Evangelion. I don't remember which one they said. I think it was Evangelion. It would make sense. It's evangelical Evangelion. Very heavily Catholic themed. There were a lot of Catholic references, and I got that because I was a Catholic. No more. And then we watched End of Evangelion. God damn it. That was good. That was a good one. It was mostly a summary of the original series, and then Death was the ending. And that one I had a couple of problems with, but it was still really good. And then we rewatched the old Scooby-Doo live-action movies, which, in the topic of live actions, that's probably one of the better ones, right? Because it's its own original story, and it rules. So good. And then we watched When the Wind Blows, and that one is very sad. I do not recommend you watch that by yourself. Very sad movie. I turned to my friend and I told him, if you weren't with me cracking jokes, I would have wept openly. It was very good. It was a very good movie, but it was very sad. Press enter too soon. Oops. I don't know why there's no... It only goes back that far. Wait, diary. Oh, there we go. Then I watched The Bad Guys. Before that, I watched Red Iron Road, which was a series. It was an anthology of several different shorts. And that was pretty solid. Secret of Kells, pretty good. That was the one that's very specifically animated by an Irish studio in the style of illuminated manuscripts. And it's about illuminated manuscripts, and it's very good. I like that one a lot. Then we watched the Dante's Inferno animated epic, which is actually an anthology, and it kind of follows the plot of the video game. And it was very fun, I'll say that, but not a great story, I'll say. We watched Heavy Metal, that was kind of bad. We watched Redline, that was really good. It was very beautiful. I loved Redline. Oh my god. Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. Phenomenal. Best movie I've seen this year. So good. I know it's not from this year, but best movie I've watched this year. I think the only recent new movie I saw I could recommend was Goat. That was real fun. Just prepare for the single fart joke. That's funny. Also Iron Lung, but that's not animated. Oh, I like that. Iron Lung was good. I remember watching a movie called Hoodwinked. Yes, that's a good movie. I love Hoodwinked. No, the animation is bad, but it's really good. The animation's not bad. It's the models that are bad. They have really bad textures on them, and it's uncanny as shit, but it's really good. It was my first whodunit as a child. I was like, I don't know who did it, even though the evil cackling rabbit is there for a while. But yeah, I like that movie. I watched Sinners, really good movie. Deadpool and Wolverine, I didn't like it that much. It was alright. I watched a movie called Dee Dee. It's a live action. It's about a kid trying to fit in and going through adolescence, and he wants to be a skateboarder, but he's not very good at skating, so he kind of feels like a poser. And then he's like, oh, these other kids can skate. What if I just record them skating? And then he's like, oh, I'm going to be a YouTuber. It's just this, he's trying to find his purpose, and then he sucks at that too. And it's just a movie about being okay with sucking at something. Because I think it's from the perspective of the director of the movie, and he's like, well, yeah, I sucked at stuff, but now I'm a director. Like, you know what I mean? I remember that version of Pinocchio. Yeah, I cried at that one too, for sure. I think I cried like 3 different times. Just so many. It's such a good breakdown of like fatherhood. It's a really good breakdown of fatherhood, and it really expressed the wild range of like what that must feel like, and being a dad, and the different kinds of the different stages of being a dad. And it also broke down fascism, which was crazy. Like, it covered so many topics, and it was beautiful. And I loved that Pinocchio was able to break the kid out of... What is happening? Oh, I just got all of my notifications from the Discord all at once. My phone just exploded in my hand. this beautiful breakdown of fatherhood and the just the dredges of despair of humanity and what that must feel like to lose somebody, and then how to move on from that, and then how to deal with having a bad dad. And it was just so good. It's just so good. I've only watched Iron Lung 3 times. It's fine. I think I heard once that they were learning to animate as they were creating. That makes so much sense. That genuinely clarifies the whole process, because it does feel very much like there are instances in that movie where it's just like, this is somebody's very first attempt. Some of the animation is very wacky, and they didn't know how to do in-betweens. They didn't know how to do like easing. It's a lot of jumpy stuff. Klaus, that's a great animated movie. It's a Christmas story, so maybe remember that for when the holidays come back. That's a good idea. I actually haven't watched Klaus, but I really should, because that was a 2D animated film, and initially people had such a hard time believing it was 2D animated because it was so well done. They really took their time. I saw the Lord of the Rings anime. That was pretty solid. I liked it. I don't like Lord of the Rings that much. I know. I get it. But I did see that, and it was pretty good. There were instances where they used 3D and it wasn't really well integrated. But I got over it. It was fine. And then Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Are you kidding me? Shadow has a gun. Really good. Okay, that's pretty much all we've watched. God, Guillermo's Pinocchio was so good. Let me go to my movie list, and I will find the movies that I recommend highly. Are you looking for animated specifically? Whoever that was, I can't remember who was looking for movies, but if you're looking for animated stuff, I've got some stuff for you. If you're looking for live action, the models for the supernatural creatures in Pinocchio were so creative. Guillermo is a goddamn genius when it comes to monster designs. If there's one thing in this world that I can rely on, it's that Guillermo del Toro can scare the skin off of my bones with his monster designs. They are so good every time. God, he's a genius. 2D animation that looks 3D. Yeah. They took their time. Right? When you take your time, it looks beautiful. They did a really good job. They also had a lot of animators. I know a lot of the people that I follow on Instagram have, at the very least, contributed something to it. But it was a really good movie, as far as I'm aware. Sonic 3. I have mixed feelings on the Sonic movies because first of all, I'm happy that they changed the design. I'm so happy they didn't go through with the original. That shit sucked. So glad that we peer pressured them into fixing it. Second, not amazing movies, only because I hate that they had to shoehorn in all the human bits, and I know why they did it. It's so that they can pump them out much faster, because then they don't have to animate. So all the parts that have the Sonic the Hedgehog and all of his friends in them, that's all CG, and that takes a lot more time. But all the parts with Jim Carrey and that other guy that I forget his name right now, and his wife and her sister, all that stuff is way easier to do. That's like a day. They can get all that shit done in a day. But all the animation and CG takes way longer. So I totally get why they do it. Wish they had more creative solutions to that, because I don't think it's necessary. Very strange for Sonic the Hedgehog to have just one specific guy that he really likes for no reason. Anyway, Tails made me cry. Not even just that it's like a cute story. Literally just seeing Tails on screen in that version with the original voice actor for Tails made me cry. I was just like, this is beautiful. This is so good. I love him as a little guy. He's just a little guy. He's the little guy. He is just the culmination of little brother energy. He's player 2, and he's so cute, and I love him for it. And he's okay with player 2. That's so awesome. Anyway. And Knuckles was fine. I don't hate Idris Elba. It was just an interesting choice to make him British, right? Because Idris Elba has done an American accent. He was on The Office as Charles with a, I guess it wasn't Pennsylvania, but he had no accent, right? So it's an interesting choice to make Knuckles British. And it almost feels lazy in that they were just like, yeah, it's just Idris Elba talking, right? So that's just my 2 cents. It's like it's not a great performance. I also don't like that they made Knuckles stupid. He's not supposed to be stupid necessarily. I know they kind of have moved into that with the newer creations, but Knuckles isn't necessarily stupid. It's just that he's removed from society, so he shouldn't be stupid. He should be gullible or uninformed more than stupid. So it should just be like he doesn't get pop culture references, not that he can't process things that are happening, right? Because they're just like, he doesn't know reality. He's like, why is that happening? And it's like, buddy, you've been around a while. You should know that cars drive. Like, at this point, anyway. And then Shadow, they fucking nailed it. Sonic 3 is so good. They nailed that shit. There's just so many iconic shots of Shadow. The skating, that they used the stuff from his trailer. Oh, the Shadow the Hedgehog game, you can fight me. The Shadow the Hedgehog game fucking rules. Anybody who's like, oh, that's a bad game. No, it's a good game. You get a gun and a motorcycle. And it's stupid that you have a motorcycle because you're faster on your feet. But I like Sonic 3 a lot. That was really good. Oh, to contribute to an animated movie, that'd be great. Seeing my boy Nux is sending me, and I loved it. Pause. I've never seen the Sonic movies. They made Knuckles British. Yes. Idris Elba is just doing his own voice, and it's not good. Especially because recently he's been doing live action stuff with his British accent, and that's fine. But when you hear him doing Knuckles, it's like, Knuckles is like a cowboy. Like, in so many of the original designs of Knuckles, he was like a bumpkin. Like, he exists by himself. He's a hermit. He's just out there by himself. That doesn't make him stupid. He's a scholar of his people. He's the last remaining echidna of the echidna race. He's like a wise sage. He's just isolated by himself, so he doesn't know what's happening in the world. That doesn't make him stupid. Anyway. The British accent is weird. I don't think he's ever been British, and it takes me out every time I see it. I'm just like, Knuckles. He doesn't chuckle. But yeah, Shadow fucking killed it. And I love Ben Schwartz. Ben Schwartz's Sonic is probably the best casting I've seen in a while. He's really good. As much as I'm somebody who thinks that the voice actors should get their flowers, I do also understand that they want to get star power. There is a limit to that. Chris Pratt as Mario is fucking insane, and I will die on that hill. That is not good. Not good. He's bad. He is bad as Mario. Ben Schwartz as Sonic is the exact opposite of Chris Pratt as Mario. Because he grew up with Sonic. He loved, that was a role that he wanted. He went after that. It was like a dream job for him. That'd be a dream job for me. I'd love to do Sonic. But yeah, yeah. He sounds like a British tribe, man. I don't know. I also don't have super strong feelings about Knuckles just because he's not my favorite character. So I don't hate Knuckles, don't get me wrong. But I don't think I've ever, when I played on the playground, I wanted to be Sonic. I was okay with being Tails when my other friend wanted to be Sonic, that's fine. But I don't think I ever wanted to be Knuckles. I don't know. I think they just undersell his power. Maybe. I don't know. And then Shadow for sure. Does anybody know who Scourge is? Because Scourge was my favorite. I remember laughing when I saw the cast of the Super Mario movie. Yeah, that was a crazy reveal. I do love that Donald Glover is Yoshi for no reason, because, like, you don't even hear Yoshi in there. But Sorry, I'm letting chat catch up with my knowledge drop of Sonic. Is there... Yeah, that shit was weird. What else was I gonna say about Sonic? I think that's gonna be a series that I keep watching until it proves me wrong of being a good series. Like, I'm gonna see the fourth one just because 3 left off so well. Like, they got everything in there. So I do want to I want to see how they introduce stuff. I really thought they were going to introduce, like, Team Dark in Sonic 3 because it stuck so pretty specifically to Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Like, I imagine they're going to be releasing stuff essentially akin to each of the movies, or each of the games that have released. Because 1 was just regular Sonic the Hedgehog on Genesis. 2 was, like, up until Sonic and Knuckles, maybe Sonic CD. And then 3 was a big jump to GameCube. They didn't really do anything from Sonic DX, Sonic Adventure. Now I'm thinking about watching the Sonic OVA. Oh, I have it. Wait. Oh, no, wait, this is the series. Are you talking about the one with Jaleel White? Oh, no, wait, that wasn't Jaleel White, I don't think. The 1996 Sonic the Hedgehog? I don't think that's Jaleel White. He was from the show. Who was the voice actor? It's the one where he goes, "Strange, isn't it?" And I always thought that it was Metal Sonic doing that voice, but that's Sonic's voice, and that's crazy. I don't hate it, but it's very funny. It's a good movie. It's really well animated. Unfortunately, I must leave. Take care. See you next time. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. That voice will be my forever headcanon. I don't hate the voice, but I really love the Sonic Adventure 2. Whoever that voice actor is, I feel like his name is Chris something. But he did Sonic and Shadow in those games, and he does such a good job of both of them. I love him. My headcanon is always that one. That's the voice that I always do when I do Sonic. Whoa, check it out. You know, but the strange, isn't it? Bad. Rough. he's not smarmy enough. That's like a nerd. Like, I don't know, he sounds like a nerd. It's not cool enough for Sonic. But the whoa, all right, come on, that one. That's the good one. Oops. Holding the button. Sorry, I'm just trying to find this path. The mall. The arc. I think that'll work. Goodbye. Oh, what happened? Go on. Alright, in between that. Get in between the sword here. Just the sword. Okay. We're getting there. Actually, I want that to be going really fast. Gotta go fast. I think I want the point of the sword to be down here. Oh, a late addition to the movie recommendations. If you haven't seen Rango, I would recommend it. I know we went past that already, but I came up. Oh, you're good. Actually, I will add that to my list because I don't think I have it on here, and I've seen it recently on a lot of just like YouTube shorts of like breakdowns, people doing like, oh, Rango was actually a slept-on whatever. And I heard it was good. I don't think I have it on my list. Let me look. But that was one that was very stylized, and yeah, no, I didn't have it. That's a good suggestion. I have such a long list too. So if somebody's like, "Hey, did you watch that yet?" I probably didn't. I have so many movies. Look at. I'm just gonna. Yeah. So that's my list. Have you gotten to that yet? No. Is the answer. I'm gonna jump back to the Discord real quick. I've seen quite a few people hopping in, which is great. That means my ad is working. It's working. Corbin. Did I get Corbin yet? I don't think I did. I got Log and Neon. Got you now. Got you now. There we go. New peeps. Here we go. Oh, nice. Oh, those are good landscapes. Wow. I really need to work on my landscapes. Sorry, I'm catching up. Yeah. Trying to think of other movies that I would recommend. Spider-Verse, obviously, that's an easy one. If you haven't watched, it's not a full movie, but if you haven't watched the Gorillaz' newest movie, not movie, it's a short film in relation to their newest album. Really good, original 2D hand-drawn animation. Really beautiful. And the music is awesome as well. Very experimental for their style, but it is still their style. Akira, if you haven't watched Akira, highly recommend. Princess Mononoke is my favorite Ghibli film that I've seen. I've only seen Princess Mononoke, Spirited Away, and Kiki, I think. Oh, and Totoro. But out of those four, definitely Mononoke. Other animated stuff. Akira is probably my favorite film of all time. The fact that they invented a color, fucking phenomenal. I love it. Fair enough, my list is just as long. Wow. I've been sitting for 4 hours. I'm gonna go make food. BRB! Eat your food, don't pass out. Nacho Libre, I love. It's one of the only movies that can be put down that I'm immediately sitting down for. Howl's Moving Castle and Ponyo, absolutely on my list. Still have to watch them. Secret Life of Heredity, I don't know that one. And Castle in the Sky, that one I've heard is really good. Nausicaa of the Winds, I've heard is like the best one because that was his original. And then from there, he dialed it back. He realized that like his whole thing is trying to inspire kids to be themselves and experience life and not do what he does, where he's isolated fully as an animator. But no, I think he has a good grasp on like balancing life and art. But I need to watch all of those. Let me see if I don't think I have the. Did he do Grave of the Fireflies? Or is that a different one, but just as sad? Because that's on there too. Oh, I do have Secret World of Heredity. And I definitely have Howl's Moving Castle and Ponyo. I believe I have Castle in the Sky. Let me find it. I have Castle Rock, I have Castle in the Sky, I have Howl's Moving Castle, I have Porco Rosso, I have Nausicaa, I have The Wind Rises, I have Ponyo, and I have Grave of the Fireflies. Spirited Away is pretty good. I gave that a 4 out of 5, but Princess Mononoke is a 5 out of 5. Hands down, one of the greatest animated films of all time. I would recommend, and this is, take this with a grain of salt, because there is a very annoying character in it that I cannot, in good conscience, tell you fully to just, like, ignore them. I fully understand not being able to ignore them. It is a pretty main component of the film, and it is annoying. I do, however, still recommend Black Cauldron, because it has some really good animation, despite the annoying Gurgi. I don't like Gurgi. Now, if you like Gurgi, go for it, but it's a very specific, he does that weird, like, it's almost like a Stitch voice, but never toned down, and worse, and, like, farther in the back of his throat. It's not good. It's a bad voice. I don't like it. If we're going live action movies, I would highly recommend Whiplash. That's a really good movie. I would also recommend Moon. I don't know if anybody's seen Moon, but that's a really good movie with a really fun twist. It's like a, not a whodunit, but it's like a sci-fi thriller kind of thing. Not super thriller, more of a suspense. It's subtle. There's no jump scares or anything. It's a pretty good movie. 1917, really great war film. Very sad, very good. Beautiful aesthetics. There's some really good set design there. Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049. I have a small gripe with that one in that they kind of undermine the original in making the second one, because in the original there was a director's cut where it left something ambiguous, and then they really just cemented one storyline rather than leaving it ambiguous, and so I do hate that, just because the first one was so good when they left it open-ended, but then when they squared that circle in the second one, and so it kind of undermined the original. It didn't make the first one worse, in my opinion. It just made the second one not stand out as much, but it does have some really iconic scenes. Really good. Obviously, SpongeBob SquarePants movie, top 10 films of all time. Alien, really phenomenal. My favorite horror movie of all time. What are my other favorites? Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse, both of them beautiful. Very excited for the next one, but I hope they take their time. Take your time. Make it good, please. Parasite is really good. I think it's Bong Joon-ho. Not not the anime Parasite, the live action Parasite that won the Oscars that one year. Really good movie. Red Line is pretty solid. I really like The Shining. I don't think a lot of people would like The Shining. It's very specific. I really like The Lighthouse. The Lighthouse is really good. That's a movie that I can sit down and watch pretty frequently. And honestly, I didn't really like what's his name? Robert Pattinson. For a very long time, I didn't like Robert Pattinson because he was cast type as that, like, you know, broody, whoever, whatever guy from Twilight. And so it was hard for me to take him seriously in any other role. But then I saw The Lighthouse and I was like, this guy's a good actor. Like, you gotta give it to him. He is good at acting. However, I can't really, like, it took me a while, but I have finally separated him from the Twilight series because it's such a very specific time in his life. And I think it doesn't give him enough credit. He's a good actor. I also want to see Mickey 18 because he's also in that and he's pretty good. So I've heard, but The Lighthouse is really good. Willem Dafoe. Oh my god, Willem Dafoe in that movie is phenomenal. I'm just going through all my 5s. Lighthouse is actually not a 5, but still highly recommend. John Wick. That's a good turn your brain off, watch some guy kick ass. Really good movie. Pinocchio, as I said. Puss in Boots, as I said. Oh, Look Back. That's an anime. It's from the guy who does Chainsaw Man. Amazing. Amazing. If I haven't seen any of the manga, so don't spoil anything, but all of the animated stuff that I've seen of his from Chainsaw Man universe, really good. And if the Look Back is anything like the Chainsaw Man ending, then I will be happy. I think he knows really how to do endings very well. I think he knows how to do story wrap-up. Like, all of his tie-ins always come together. So I'm really excited to see how he does that and how he pulls it off. But I'm not gonna get into it. I really like 9, the movie 9. Not a 5 out of 5, but it's a 4 out of 5. It's still really good. What else? Yeah, that's it. Those are my 5s. Ooh, you know what? Before I get rid of this, I need to update my Fire Force reading. I just finished Fire Force, and it's really good. Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's a 5 out of 5. Okay, cool. Then I don't need to update it. It remains a 5 out of 5. They did the Soul Eater, and they gave it a good ending. That's what they did. Obviously, Cyberpunk Edgerunners, Chainsaw Man, Star Wars Visions. Those are all 5s out of 5s. Dawn to Dawn, Castlevania. Space Dandy, Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho's phenomenal. If you haven't seen it, go watch it right now. Stop watching my stream. Go watch Mob Psycho. Don't watch anything else until you're done with all of Mob Psycho. Some people fell off after season 2. Watch season 3. It wraps it all up. It's fucking beautiful. It's probably the greatest story of all time. Go watch Mob Psycho. Anyway. In the Sky. Coraline is great. I actually haven't seen Coraline, which is crazy because I love Nightmare Before Christmas. A lot of Leica studio films are great. Is Coraline Leica? I thought that was Tim Burton, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's just that I've seen that comparison so much that I assumed that it was the same guy. Henry Selick, and based on Neil Gaiman. Henry Selick. Wait. Story by... That's not helpful. Leica Studios. Yeah, wow. I am just wrong and bad. I didn't know. Now I know. I'm pretty sure I have Coraline on my list. Yes. Right there. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, you know what? Let me add Nacho Libre. I actually haven't seen that. And I love Jack Black. I almost said Blackjack. I love Jack Black, so I gotta give it to him. I'll watch it. If for nobody else, then for you. Stop motion is fantastic in general to look at. I'll keep that in mind. I've never seen Twilight. You don't have to. Let me solve that problem for you. Don't do it. It's not that great. It's not worth it. It really was a product of the time, and you had to be a very specific brand of teenage girl to really enjoy it. I just remember my birthday is in November, and so all of the big movies came out in that time. So like Harry Potter and Twilight came out, all of those series came out in November. And so I just remember that it was packed when I went for my birthday. And I was not there to see Twilight. I was there to see, I think Bolt came out the same year as the original. Was it? Maybe it was the second Twilight. Because there was something that gave it the that reputation of being good, and there was that rush. You were correct, absolutely. My mind just connected Coraline with Laika, since the majority of their films are stop motion. Yeah, no, you were correct. Another stop motion studio that I really like, but I can't remember. Okay, what am I looking up? Twilight. I'm looking up when Bolt came out, and then when Twilight came out, because I'm pretty sure that was the same year. 2008 was Bolt. Twilight. The first installment was November 21st, 2008. Yep. That was when my birthday happened. And that was huge. But yeah. Very funny. Because I went, everybody was at the theater, and I was like, wow, it's packed. I'm here to see Bolt. What are you guys seeing? And Bolt was empty, and everybody was in Twilight. Dang. Really missed out on that one. I feel like this is going to have to go faster. I feel like these are too many. Like, I might just might move those. Check, that was right. Kubo and the Two Strings actually has the record for the largest stop-motion puppet build and the smallest. That's very interesting. I haven't seen that. It is on my list. But having seen, I watched the behind the scenes of the Pinocchio movie, and he had a huge puppet. So that's interesting to hear that Kubo has the biggest puppet. That's very cool. That does actually inspire some confidence in that being a much better movie. Not that I doubted that it was a good movie, but just that I've not seen it yet. So, you know, usually that means that there's not enough hype behind something. I do take other people's suggestions of things into consideration. When you see the movie, you'll see why. Don't remember if I've seen somebody talking about it, but I feel like there's a specific character, but I might be misremembering.
might be home. I wasn't sure.
So there's no impact frames. Let's see how this reads. I do still need to do the shrapnel that flies off and track all that. But let's see what happens. Yeah, it's. I think it'll help if I shade it. I also think it'll help if I. I'm gonna finish this up and then I'm gonna dip because I am getting a little hungry. I need to fix the spacing on the sword still. I do this on ones. Best. This. A little better. Do more in-betweens, actually. In between the in-betweens. I think this motion is good. But it's just a matter of... Is the edge of the sword flying off? Yes, after he cuts through him, the edge of the sword breaks off. I believe he even says something about my sword's not going to last long in the scene before this. So his sword is, the tip of the sword is breaking off, and so he just has the hilt here in his hand. Right there. Alright, let's run this, see what it looks like. That will mean that I need to space this out. Let's see what that looks like if I just add that. No, I think that's too much. I think that's too much. What about the hilt of the sword? It's not, or the blade of the sword flying off. It's not. Like I had it pretty well paced out in the other earlier version. I just need to work on the spacing. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not super obvious. I'm hoping that I can refine this down. Like their weapons are passing each other, and he broke it off inside of him. Well, I guess he broke it off after the swing, and it flies up in the air. It's just a good shot. I really like the idea of it like just disappearing into the distance. Spacing is really important. Yeah, hold higher. The difference needs to be here. This needs to get smaller faster. But then it gets increasingly closer together. Draw out the arc, just so I can keep that standard. It's a good shot in the panels. I really like it. It's just a matter of me getting the timing down. Further, I think I can go further beyond. This is what it means. Want this on screen less. Too drastic. Okay, so I think this is important. This is the big one. This can get pretty small. I just want it to hang in the air. Like, I just want it to get progressively smaller. Just stay at that angle. Like, that's fine. worry about it. I'm just going to start. Just that is, I think I'm just going to do one frame there. That feels like. What if I go crazy? What if I go... something. Much. Too wacky. I do like how long the sword holds. I feel like the pacing might be off. But the maul could be a little bit better spaced. This could be smaller. I want to make this more And then I'm just gonna do some shrapnel. On the clash, the sword shoots off a bunch of fragments. Oh, it's me. You. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Welcome in. Hello, cool animation. Thank you very much. I'm gonna work on the timing. But oh wait. This. Oh, does that mean I mismatched these top ones too? Oh, no, now they're even. Okay, cool. Neat. Alright, let's see what it looks like. Okay, I like that the sword just disappears. That's good. I like that the flail is very quick in and out. I think the chain helps lead the action. Might even go. For the sake of perspective. Good. Rock needs some depth. I honestly might just add some. This depth. Shall we? Did a sword and mace collide? Sort of. Here, I'll take it back a step. You can see where this is coming from. This guy slices through the other guy, and then his sword, as he's slicing through, flies off, and so it's just a cut afterwards, where they kind of just pass each other. And he falls over. Down as well. This rock would do better. need to spend this much time on this rock, but I want to. I guess it's actually a chunk of the sword. I did show this off earlier, so once I end the VOD, you can go back and watch that, but this will eventually be finished as well, so if you want to tune in next time, I might work on this again on Friday a little bit. Slowed it down a lot. I think I'm just gonna not. Got it? Nah, I think I'm just gonna. I think the lead in is good enough. I need this. Good enough. Alright, I'm happy with that for today. Been going for a while, so I'm gonna have to get off now. Keep up the good animation, thank you very much. Goodbye, and I have returned. Unfortunately, I also have to go because I need to eat. I am hungry. So, I'm gonna end it there. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the new people who joined. Thank you for the subscribers. I appreciate it. I have to update that, so now I can make new friends next time. Sorry that I just am getting off now that 2 people have returned, but I'm hungry. So, I will catch you next time. I think I'm going to do Wednesday. I might be able to sneak some Wednesday in, but I might not be able to do Wednesday. So, we'll see. Hopefully you learned something. If you didn't, you will next time. So, thank you for being here. I will see you next time. Goodbye. Oh, and join the Discord if you're not.